Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient city of Trivium gleamed like a jewel nestled between three realms, its alabaster towers catching the light of the setting sun and casting prismatic reflections across the Valley of Harmony. For 1,000 years, the city had stood as a monument to peace, the sacred meeting ground where human kings, elven lords, and dwarven thanes could gather without fear or favor. On this day, the millennial anniversary of the Great Alliance, the city swelled with visitors from all three kingdoms, their diverse forms filling the streets with a tapestry of colors, sounds, and magics rarely witnessed in one place. At the heart of the revelry stood the Concordance Cathedral, its three spires representing each of the founding races, twisting together at impossible angles before joining in a perfect harmonious point that seemed to pierce the very heavens. Inside the central chamber, beneath a dome of enchanted glass that shifted to display the constellations sacred to each race, rested the crown of the three kingdoms upon a pedestal of opalescent stone. Gandalf stood before the crown, his weathered hands hovering inches above the ancient artifact he had forged centuries ago. Age had not diminished his imposing presence. His grey robes still flowed with subtle power, his eyes still sparked with the wisdom of ages, and his staff still hummed with barely contained magic. Yet there was weariness in the lines of his face, the weight of watching generations of peace, maintained by increasingly fragile diplomacy. "It remains as beautiful as the day you created it," came a voice from behind him. Gandalf turned to find King Alistair of the Northern Reaches, his golden crown catching the light from the enchanted windows. The human monarch had the bearing of a warrior and the shrewd eyes of a politician, a dangerous combination that Gandalf had learned to respect over the decades. "Your beauty often masks complexity," Gandalf replied, his voice resonating with the subtle authority that had counseled 100 kings before this one. The crown was never meant to be merely beautiful. It was forged as a binding artifact, a physical manifestation of the oaths sworn by your ancestors. The king's smile tightened almost imperceptibly, and yet it sits unworn, brought out only for ceremonies such as today's. One might wonder if such powerful magic should remain dormant. Before Gandalf could respond, a bell tolled 9 times, the signal for the renewal ceremony to begin. Throughout the cathedral, dignitaries took their places, humans in their finery of velvet and gold to the east, elves in their shimmering silks and living ornaments to the west, and dwarves in their gem-encrusted ceremonial armor to the north. Gandalf moved to the southern point, the traditional place for the witness, neither subject nor ruler, but guardian of the ancient compact. High Priestess Seraphina, her white robes embroidered with the symbols of all three kingdoms, approached the pedestal. "We gather as our forebears did 1,000 years ago," she intoned, her voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the vast chamber. "Ah, three peoples, once enemies, united in purpose and prosperity." The ritual continued, with representatives from each kingdom approaching the crown, reciting ancient promises of peace and cooperation. Gandalf watched with a growing sense of unease. Subtle currents of magic disturbed the air around the crown, vibrations that should not exist. His fingers tightened around his staff as he extended his senses, probing gently at the enchantment. Something was wrong. The moment the final oath was spoken, Priestess Seraphina lifted her hands to raise the crown for the symbolic crowning of the three rulers, but her expression transformed from serenity to horror as her hands closed on empty air. Where the crown had rested moments before, there was nothing. Chaos erupted instantly. Guards rushed forward, swords drawn, accusations flew between delegations. And amid the confusion, every eye eventually turned to the southern point, to Gandalf, whose position had given him easiest access to the artifact. "The wizard has betrayed us all," shouted Lord Darien, the king's advisor, his finger pointing accusingly. "Seize him!" Guards converged from all sides, but Gandalf's staff struck the marble floor with a thunderous crack. Light blinded everyone momentarily, and when vision returned, the wizard was gone. The dungeons beneath Trivium were ancient, carved from the living rock of the mountain upon which the city was built. Forgotten passages wound through the darkness, remnants of an era before the Alliance, when the mountain had been a dwarven stronghold. It was through these passages that Gandalf now moved, his staff providing the barest illumination. "To be reduced to skulking through shadows at my age," he muttered to himself. "Most undignified. Talking to yourself is the first sign of madness," came a gruff voice from the darkness ahead. "Or so humans claim." Gandalf raised his staff, illuminating a stocky figure leaning against the tunnel wall. The dwarf's auburn beard was intricately braided, with metal clasps bearing the insignia of the Iron Hills, and a warhammer rested casually across his shoulders. "Durin Ironfoot," Gandalf acknowledged. "And I thought you'd be at the ceremony with your father," the dwarf snorted. "And listen to more flowery speeches about eternal friendship while everyone eyes each other like wolves sizing up sheep. I'll pass." He studied Gandalf with keen eyes. "Though it seems I've missed some excitement. Why is the great Gandalf sneaking through old dwarven tunnels instead of being honored above? Because I've apparently stolen the crown of the three kingdoms," Gandalf replied dryly. "Or so I'm accused." Durin's bushy eyebrows shot up. "Did you?" "Of course not," Gandalf snapped, then sighed. "But someone did, using magic to cast suspicion on me. I need to discover who and why before the kingdoms turn on each other." The crown's enchantment doesn't merely symbolize the alliance. It actively maintains the magical boundaries that have kept peace for a millennium. The dwarf straightened, suddenly serious. "You're saying without the crown, war becomes not just possible, but inevitable," Gandalf confirmed grimly. "Old hatreds will resurface, and ancient suspicions will seem suddenly justified." Durin hefted his warhammer. "Then we'd better find it. But first, we need to get you out of the city." Dawn painted the eastern sky as Gandalf and Durin emerged from a hidden exit beyond Trivium's outer walls. The forest before them shimmered with the blue-green light of early morning, filtering through leaves that seemed to glow from within, the hallmark of the elven woodlands. "We'll find no welcome among my people," Durin grumbled, eyeing the trees with suspicion. "Not when word spreads of your supposed treachery." "We're not seeking your people," Gandalf replied, striding purposefully into the forest. "There's an elven ranger who patrols these borders, one whose insight we'll need." They hadn't traveled far when the sensation of being watched prickled at their awareness. Gandalf continued forward calmly, while Durin's grip tightened on his hammer. "3 more steps and you'll both be wearing my arrows," came a melodic voice from above. "State your purpose in verdant reach, dwarf, and you, betrayer." Gandalf looked up to see a slender figure perched on a branch, bow drawn, silver hair catching the dappled light. "Is that any way to greet an old friend, Elindra Star Tracker?" The elf's expression remained impassive. "Friends don't steal sacred artifacts, Gandalf. I didn't steal the crown," he stated simply, "but I know who might have, and why. Your tracking skills are unmatched in all three kingdoms. We need you." "We?" she echoed skeptically, eyes flicking to Durin. The dwarf offered a mocking bow, charmed, I'm sure. For a long moment, Elindra's aim didn't waver. Then, with fluid grace, she knocked her arrow and descended from the branch. Up close, the scars on her right cheek became visible, 3 parallel lines that marked her as a survivor of the border skirmish 20 years prior, when peace had nearly shattered. "You taught me once to see beyond appearances," she said to Gandalf. "I hope that lesson serves us both now." She turned to Durin with cool assessment. "Can the dwarf move silently, or will he thunder through my forest like a wounded troll?" Durin's beard bristled. "Uday can move quietly enough to sneak up on an elf while she's too busy admiring her own reflection." Gandalf sighed heavily. This was going to be a long journey. The unlikely trio traveled east for 3 days, following traces of magical residue that only Gandalf could perceive. On the evening of the 3rd day, they encountered Grim, a human mercenary with a scarred face and a notorious reputation, being attacked by shadow wolves at the edge of a blighted grove. After dispatching the unnatural creatures, Gandalf recognized the man as a former palace guard who had been unjustly banished years ago. "The crown has been taken to the Obsidian Spire," Gandalf explained to his growing company as they camped that night. "An ancient temple built upon the prison of something far older than our kingdoms." "What manner of creature?" Elindra asked, her keen eyes scanning the horizon where a distant black tower was just visible against the starlit sky. "Not a creature," Gandalf corrected. "An entity, the World Shaper, a being of immense power that existed before the lands were separated into kingdoms. It dreamed of a world remade in its image of perfect order." "Let me guess," Grim interjected, his voice a graveled rumble from an old throat wound. "This perfect order didn't include free will?" Gandalf nodded. "The first alliance was formed to imprison it. The metal used to forge the crown was mined from its prison, infused with its essence, but bound by spells to maintain the balance between our peoples instead of enforcing order." Durin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "So whoever stole the crown seeks to awaken the World Shaper," Gandalf confirmed. "My former apprentice, Moriath. He believes the chaos of free peoples cannot be trusted, that only perfect order can save us from ourselves." "And you trained this lunatic?" Grim asked incredulously. Gandalf's eyes clouded with memory. "I've lived many lifetimes, made many mistakes. Moriath was brilliant but broken by war. He saw his entire village destroyed in a border dispute, one of many that the Alliance has failed to prevent despite the Crown's influence. So his solution is to end all conflict by ending all choice," Elindra murmured. "A peaceful world of puppets." "We must reach the spire before the full moon," Gandalf said. "Until when the moonlight strikes the crown's gems, their resonance will shatter the final seals of the prison." The obsidian spire loomed before them on the night of the full moon, its black surface drinking in the light rather than reflecting it. Around its base, the land had withered into a twisted parody of life, trees curved in impossible angles, flowers bloomed in colors that hurt the eye, and the very air shimmered with wrongness. "Charming place," Durin muttered, tightening his grip on his hammer. Reminds me of my mother-in-law's cooking. Gandalf led them through the blighted landscape, his staff glowing with protective magic that pushed back the influence of the corrupted ground. At the base of the tower, instead of an entrance, they found a perfect circle of obsidian, a mirror that reflected not their faces, but a chamber within the spire. "The entrance requires blood of all three races," Gandalf explained grimly, "a safeguard I created to ensure the prison could only be accessed by agreement of all kingdoms. Or by someone who collected samples," Grim suggested darkly. Elindra unsheathed her dagger without hesitation. "Then let us enter together." When 3 drops of blood, dwarf, elf, and human, touched the mirror's surface, it rippled like disturbed water. Gandalf stepped forward first, passing through the liquid surface as if it were merely an illusion. The others followed, emerging into a circular chamber illuminated by ghostly blue flames. In the center, atop a pedestal of twisted black metal, rested the crown of the 3 kingdoms. Behind it stood a figure in robes of midnight blue, his face youthful despite the centuries Gandalf knew he had lived. "Welcome, Master," Moriath said, his voice echoing strangely. "You're just in time to witness the dawning of a perfect age." Gandalf stepped forward, his staff leveled at his former apprentice. "This isn't the way, Moriath. The World Shaper will not bring harmony, only subjugation. I've seen what your precious alliance brings," Moriath spat. 1,000 years of petty squabbles, of borders drawn and redrawn in blood. The World Shaper dreams of a single land, a single people, united in perfect thought. "Nightmares can be dreams too," Elindra said. Arrow knocked. Moriath smiled. "The moonlight has already begun its work. Feel the tower tremble. The awakening has begun." Indeed, beneath their feet, the obsidian floor vibrated with increasing intensity. Cracks appeared, leaking a silvery substance that moved with unsettling purpose. "Now!" Gandalf commanded. The companions surged forward as one. Durin's hammer struck the floor near the pedestal, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the obsidian. Elindra's arrow flew true, knocking the crown from its perch before Moriath could react. Grim engaged the sorcerer directly, his mundane sword somehow penetrating the magical shields Moriath hastily erected. Gandalf reached the crown as it rolled across the fractured floor. The moment his fingers touched the metal, visions flooded his mind. Memories of forging it, of weaving enchantments meant to bind 3 peoples in harmony. He saw his error now. In creating an object of such power, he had also created a temptation for those who would use it for control rather than cooperation. The tower shuddered violently. The silvery substance, the essence of the World Shaper, rose in a terrible column, taking form as a being of light and angles that hurt the mind to perceive. "You must remake the crown," Elindra shouted over the deafening rumble. "Use our strength." Understanding flashed between them. Gandalf raised his staff high, drawing power from his companions. From Durin came the steadfastness of earth and stone. From Elindra, the adaptability of forest and wind. From Grim, the resilience of human spirit forged in adversity. The crown rose into the air, glowing white-hot as Gandalf channeled this power into it. The metal shifted, reformed, the gems rearranging themselves into a new configuration, not a circle denoting rulership, but a spiral signifying growth and change. "Not a crown," Gandalf murmured as the artifact took its new shape, "but a key." With a gesture of his staff, he sent the transformed artifact into the heart of the World Shaper's manifesting form. There was a moment of terrible silence, then a sound like 1,000 voices sighing in relief. The silvery substance collapsed, flowing back into the cracks of the floor, not banished, but transformed, its power redistributed through the lands it had once sought to dominate. Moriath fell to his knees, his schemes undone. The obsidian tower began to crumble around them. Time to leave, Grim suggested dryly. As they escaped the collapsing spire, the blighted landscape already showed signs of renewal, black grass fading to green, twisted trees straightening with creaks and groans. Under the full moon's light, Gandalf gazed at his unlikely companions, dwarf, elf, and human, and saw in them the true strength of the alliance he had sought to protect for so long. Not perfect harmony enforced by artifacts or spells, but the messy, complicated, vital cooperation of different peoples choosing to work together despite their differences. "What now?" asked Durin. "The crown is gone. The alliance." "The alliance was never in the crown," Gandalf replied, his eyes twinkling with renewed purpose. "It has always been in the hearts of those willing to see beyond the boundaries of their own kingdoms." He looked at each of his companions in turn. In those willing to forge unexpected friendships in pursuit of a greater good." As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of hope, the fragmented alliance stood together, not as representatives of their races, but as individuals who had glimpsed a truth greater than ancient divisions. That true harmony comes not from enforced order, but from the freedom to choose unity despite difference. And Gandalf, vindicated but humbled, knew that his greatest work lay not in the artifacts he had created, but in the bridges he had built between hearts once divided. Story 2. The eternal flame atop the alabaster tower of Luminara cast its golden radiance across the kingdom of Aurelia, a beacon of hope and protection that had burned without faltering for 1,000 years. Yet on this night, as the twin moons reached their zenith in the velvet sky, the flame flickered, a momentary waver that sent a tremor of dread through the ancient stones of the citadel. In his chamber, carved into the mountainside overlooking the valley, Gandalf the Gray stirred from meditation, his weathered face illuminated by the dancing light of a solitary candle. The wizard's eyes, deep as wells of ancient wisdom, snapped open. He had felt it, a disturbance in the grand tapestry of magic that wove through the kingdom, a weakening in the barriers he himself had crafted centuries ago. "So it begins," he murmured, his voice like parchment rustling in a forgotten library. Rising with surprising grace for one who appeared so aged, Gandalf grasped his gnarled staff, its twisted wood crowned with a crystal that held within it a perfect miniature of the eternal flame. The crystal pulsed weakly, confirming what he already knew. The flame was dying, and with it, the enchantment that kept the creatures of shadow at bay beyond the Great Wall would soon fail. Dawn painted the sky in hues of amber and rose as Gandalf stood before the High Council in the Chamber of Light. Sunbeams filtered through stained glass, casting prismatic patterns across the worried faces of Aurelia's leaders. The flame weakens," Gandalf declared, his voice carrying to every corner of the vaulted chamber without effort. "The barrier between our world and the realm of shadow thins. I have foreseen this day, though I had hoped it would not come in my lifetime." Lady Alara, her silver circlet gleaming against raven hair, leaned forward. "What must be done, Gandalf?" "Aurelia has prospered under the flame's protection for generations." The wizard's eyes seemed to look beyond the chamber walls, into a past only he remembered. The flame must be renewed through the 4 elemental sanctuaries: earth, air, water, and fire. But I cannot undertake this journey alone. My powers are not what they once were. He tapped his staff against the marble floor, and the crystal at its crown projected images of 4 individuals, each going about their morning in different corners of Aurelia, unaware of the destiny about to befall them. These are the ones I have chosen. These are the ones who will become the new guardians of the flame. The forge glowed with molten heat as Alaric hammered the red-hot metal, each strike precise and purposeful. At 20 summers, his arms were already corded with muscle, his face marked with the intensity of one who could see the potential in raw materials that others missed. When his hammer struck, sparks danced around him like fireflies, lingering longer than natural physics should allow. In the great library, Lyra's fingers traced ancient runes as her lips silently formed words in languages few remembered. Books orbited around her like planets around a sun, floating of their own accord as she extracted knowledge from each, weaving connections between texts separated by centuries. At 19, she had already mastered more arcane languages than the high scholars twice her age. Deep in the whispering woods, Thorn knelt beside a wounded wolf, his scarred hands gentle as they applied a poultice to the creature's flank. Other beasts, fox, deer, and hawk, waited patiently nearby, as if standing in queue for the young warrior's healing touch. The ironwood sword at his back told of a violent past, but his emerald eyes spoke of hard-won compassion. By the shores of Lake Crystalmire, Seren danced across the water's surface, her bare feet barely dimpling the pristine blue. Droplets rose around her, forming intricate patterns in the air before dissolving back into the lake. The 16-year-old orphan laughed, unaware that her game was actually ancient water magic, not seen in Aurelia for generations. These four looked up simultaneously, as if hearing a silent call, to find the tall figure of Gandalf standing before them, his grey robes billowing though no wind stirred. "Your kingdom needs you," he said simply to each. "Will you answer?" The council chamber buzzed with whispers as Gandalf presented his chosen four. Nobles assessed them with skeptical eyes. A blacksmith's apprentice, a bookish scholar, a reformed mercenary, and a wild-raised orphan girl. "These are children," Lord Darien scoffed, his jeweled fingers drumming impatiently on the table. "You would entrust Aurelia's salvation to untested youths? I would entrust it to those whose hearts remain uncorrupted by power and whose minds are open to truths you have forgotten," Gandalf replied, his patience worn thin after hours of debate. "The journey to the elemental sanctuaries will test more than combat prowess or political acumen." The four stood awkwardly together, strangers united only by the wizard's inexplicable choice. "Why us?" Lyra finally asked, voicing the question in all their minds. Gandalf's expression softened as he looked upon them. "Because each of you carries within you a spark of the original flame, a connection to the elemental forces that I recognized the moment you were born. Alaric to fire, Lyra to air, Thorn to earth, and Serene to water." He gestured toward the distant tower where the eternal flame still burned, though noticeably dimmer than before. "That flame was kindled from my own life force when I was not much older than you are now. I thought it would burn forever, but magic, like life, requires renewal." The journey began at dawn, 3 days later. The eastern horizon blazed crimson as Gandalf led his four apprentices through the Silverleaf Gate and into the wilds beyond Aurelia's protected heartland. Each carried a crystal lantern containing a spark from the eternal flame, their guide and focus for the trials ahead. "The nearest sanctuary lies 5 days, journey north, in the caverns of echoing stone," Gandalf explained as they walked. "There, Alaric will face the trial of Earth." The young blacksmith squared his shoulders, trying to appear confident despite the uncertainty gnawing at him. "What exactly is this trial? If I told you, it would not be a trial," Gandalf replied cryptically. But his eyes held a sadness that made Alaric's stomach tighten with apprehension. As they traveled, Gandalf instructed them in the fundamentals of elemental magic. Lyra absorbed the teachings instantly, her scholar's mind cataloging every word. Seren struggled with theory, but demonstrated intuitive control that left even Gandalf amazed. Thorn listened in stoic silence, while Alaric questioned everything, his craftsman's mind needing to understand the mechanisms behind the magic. By night, as they camped beneath stars that seemed to hang lower and larger beyond Aurelia's borders, Gandalf would fall into brooding silence, staring into their campfire with eyes that witnessed histories long vanished from memory. On the third night, as the others slept, Lyra approached the wizard hesitantly. There's something you're not telling us about these creatures beyond the wall, isn't there? Gandalf's ancient eyes reflected the dancing flames. Perceptive, as I expected from you, young scholar. He sighed, the weight of centuries in that single exhale. What do you know of the War of Shadows? Only what the approved texts mention, that you led Aurelia's forces against monstrous invaders 1,000 years ago, and established the flame as a barrier against their return. A bitter smile crossed the wizard's face. History written by the victors is rarely the whole truth. He gazed up at the stars. They were not monsters, Lyra. They were people, different from Aurelians. Yes, with forms shaped by shadow rather than light, but people nonetheless, with hopes and dreams, and children of their own. Confusion furrowed Lyra's brow. But the texts say they attacked without provocation, that they sought to extinguish all light from the world. Fear makes skilled liars of us all, Gandalf whispered. Their realm and ours existed in balance for millennia, but Aurelia grew ambitious. Our leaders coveted the unique resources of the Shadow Realm. I was younger then, more easily swayed by talk of manifest destiny and the greater good. His voice cracked with regret. I created a weapon, a spell of unimaginable power that would drive the Shadow People back and establish a barrier they could not cross. The eternal flame, Lyra breathed. Gandalf nodded. What the histories don't record is that the spell transformed them, warped their physical forms into something more bestial, more monstrous. It made it easier for Aurelians to see them as creatures rather than as people we had wronged. He fixed Lyra with an intense gaze. The barrier is weakening now because the spell was flawed, built upon deception and injustice. And I have spent centuries seeking a way to right that wrong. The caverns of echoing stone loomed before them on the fifth day, a massive formation of crystalline rock that hummed with deep, resonant tones as wind passed through its countless openings. The Earth Sanctuary lies at the heart of the labyrinth, Gandalf explained. Our Alaric must go alone, carrying his portion of the flame. The young blacksmith swallowed hard but stepped forward without hesitation. What must I do when I reach the sanctuary? Listen to the stone, Gandalf replied. It will tell you what is needed. Hours passed after Alaric entered the caverns. The remaining companions waited in tense silence until a deep rumbling shook the ground beneath their feet. Moments later, Alaric emerged, his face ashen, his lantern now pulsing with earthy green light. I saw them, he said hoarsely, the Shadow People. Before the transformation, they were just like us. He looked at Gandalf with new understanding. The earth showed me the truth. The wizard nodded gravely. Each sanctuary will reveal another piece of the past and of our possible future. The pattern repeated at each sanctuary. At the eyrie of endless sky, Lyra communed with ancient air spirits who showed her visions of shadow children playing beneath perpetual twilight, their laughter indistinguishable from Aurelian youth. At the grotto of depthless waters, Seren wept as she witnessed the desperate exodus of shadow families fleeing the advancing wall of golden fire that burned and twisted their forms. At the crucible of primal flame, Thorn faced the most difficult trial, seeing through the eyes of a shadow warrior as Gandalf himself cast the original spell. Witnessing the wizard's youthful face contorted with righteous certainty as he unleashed power that would cause centuries of suffering. With each trial completed, Their lanterns grew brighter, earth green, air silver, water blue, and fire red, but the companions' hearts grew heavier with the knowledge they now carried. "What happens when we return to Aurelia?" Thorn finally asked as they began the journey home. "Will you tell the people the truth?" Gandalf's eyes were distant. "The truth has many faces, young warrior. What matters now is what we do with it." "You're planning something beyond just renewing the flame," Lyra observed. "Something to make amends." The wizard smiled sadly. "The barrier need not be a prison wall. It could be a bridge." The original spell was flawed because it was cast by one wizard with imperfect understanding. But 4 guardians, each connected to an elemental truth, guided by a wizard who has learned from his mistakes. He let the implication hang in the air between them. "You want us to help you transform the flame," Seren whispered, her eyes wide, "to heal what was broken." "It will be dangerous," Gandalf warned. "The Council will resist. They've built their power on the mythology of monsters beyond the wall. And the Shadow People have 1,000 years of justified hatred for Aurelia." The 4 exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them, 4 strangers who had become something more through their shared journey. "Then we'd better make sure our new spell is perfect," Alaric said firmly, holding up his glowing lantern. "Because I'm not interested in making the same mistakes 1,000 years from now." Gandalf looked upon his chosen guardians with pride tinged with sorrow, knowing the difficult path that lay ahead. The eternal flame would burn again, not as a barrier of separation, but as a beacon of reconciliation. And perhaps, in this new light, an old wizard might finally find redemption for the arrogance of his youth. As they crested the final hill and saw Aurelia spread before them, the 4 lanterns pulsed in unison, their combined light stronger than the fading glow from the distant tower. The flame of destiny had been passed, and with it, the hope for a future undivided by ancient wrongs. Story 3. The emerald waves of the crystalline sea shimmered with an unnatural brilliance as dawn broke over the maritime kingdom of Maristella. 7 iridescent spires rose from the central isle, their spiraling architecture mimicking the great nautilus shells that the merfolk gifted to the royal family centuries ago. But on this morning, no melodious voices of the merfolk greeted the fishermen who cast their nets into the once bountiful waters. For weeks now, an unsettling silence had descended beneath the waves, and the sea, once a faithful ally to Maristella, had become a realm of whispered fears. Within the sapphire court, Queen Nerissa paced before her throne of carved coral and abalone, her flowing azure robes sweeping across the floor, inlaid with enchanted pearls that illuminated with each step. The court murmured anxiously as another captain delivered grim tidings. A merchant vessel discovered adrift, its crew found alive but frozen in expressions of terror, their minds seemingly lost to some unfathomable horror. "This is the 7th ship this moon cycle, Your Majesty," the captain said, his weathered face grave. "And still no sign of the merfolk who have protected our waters since the founding of Maristella." The Queen's eyes, which held the same cerulean depth as the ocean itself, narrowed with determination. "The time has come," she announced, her voice carrying the authority of one who commanded both land and sea. "Summon the sage of the silver staff. Bring Gandalf to Maristella." 3 days later, a solitary figure appeared on the horizon, walking the ancient causeway that only revealed itself during the lowest tide of the season. His grey robes billowed around his tall frame, and his weathered staff seemed to catch the light of the setting sun, sending occasional silver sparks across the water's surface. Strands of his long beard danced in the salt-laden breeze, as he made his unhurried way toward the kingdom he had not visited in decades. Gandalf, the Grey Wanderer, keeper of forgotten lore and architect of the pact between realms, felt the weakening of ancient magic with each step. The spell-forged bonds that had maintained harmony between the surface dwellers and the merfolk were unraveling. He could feel it in the very air that no longer carried the subtle enchantment of merfolk song. The guards at the tidal gate stood straighter as the wizard approached. They were young, too young to remember when Gandalf had last walked these marble streets, when the covenant between land and sea was renewed through rituals that only he remembered in their entirety. "The Queen awaits in the Chamber of Echoes," the lead guard said with reverence, bowing deeply. Gandalf nodded, his eyes keen as they took in the changes to the city. Where once shell-crafted lanterns had glowed with the bioluminescence gifted by the merfolk, now mundane oil lamps burned. The fountains in the public squares, once dancing with water that defied gravity through merfolk enchantment, now flowed with ordinary predictability. "The sea has withdrawn its blessings," Gandalf murmured to himself, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge and deeper concern. The Chamber of Echoes lived up to its name, as Gandalf's footsteps reverberated across its domed ceiling, designed to capture and amplify the harmonies once sung between humans and merfolk during their councils. Queen Nerissa waited beside the sacred pool at the chamber's center, a perfect circle of seawater that remained perpetually clear and connected directly to the deep ocean through channels known only to the kingdom's founders. "And it has been 47 years, Gandalf," the Queen said, her voice carrying an edge that had not been present in the young princess he had once known. "A mere moment in the life of a wizard," Gandalf replied, leaning on his staff. "Though I see time has been kind to you, Nerissa. The crown suits you better than it did your mother. Flattery will not excuse your absence when Maristella has needed your counsel," she countered, though her expression softened slightly. "The merfolk have vanished. Ships return with crews driven to madness. The very currents around our islands have changed course." Gandalf approached the sacred pool, kneeling despite his aging joints to place one hand upon its perfectly still surface. The water responded immediately, glowing with a faint blue light that seemed to recognize his touch. "The ancient covenant weakens," he confirmed. "But there is more at work here than the simple passing of time. Something has awakened in the deep trenches, something that should have remained in eternal slumber." The Queen's composure faltered momentarily. "The crystal excavations." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows raised sharply. "What excavations?" Before the Queen could answer, the doors to the chamber opened and a young man entered. Tall and broad-shouldered, with hair the color of dark honey and eyes that shifted between green and blue like the sea itself. He carried himself with the confidence of a seasoned sailor despite his youth. "You summoned me, Mother?" he asked, bowing respectfully to the Queen before turning curious eyes to Gandalf. "The Caspian, Crown Prince of Maristella," the Queen introduced formally. "My son, this is Gandalf, the wizard who helped forge the covenant with the merfolk before your birth." The young man's eyes widened slightly. "The Grey Pilgrim himself. Your legends are taught to every child in Maristella." Gandalf studied the prince carefully, noting the almost imperceptible webbing between his fingers and the slight shimmer to his skin that most would attribute to the chamber's watery light. But Gandalf knew better. The old wizard felt something stir within his ancient heart, a complicated mixture of pride and regret. "You have your mother's diplomatic grace," Gandalf said, then added with meaningful emphasis, "and the sea in your veins." Caspian's expression revealed nothing, but a subtle tension in his shoulders told Gandalf that the young man was well aware of his hidden nature and perhaps suspected more than the Queen realized. "Caspian will accompany you," Queen Nerissa declared. "He knows these waters better than any in the kingdom, and he possesses certain abilities that will aid your investigation." "Indeed," Gandalf nodded. "And what of these crystal excavations you mentioned?" The Queen and Prince exchanged a glance laden with unspoken meaning. 5 years ago, Caspian explained, our miners discovered a vein of abyssal crystal beneath the seafloor near the Forgotten Archipelago. The crystals store magical energy unlike anything we've seen. They've revolutionized our enchantments, our shipbuilding, our very way of life. And you did not think to consult me before mining crystals from the seafloor? Gandalf's voice remained calm, but thunder seemed to rumble beneath his words, especially near the Forgotten Archipelago, a place I specifically warned was never to be disturbed. Queen Nerissa lifted her chin defiantly. "Maris Stella could not remain dependent on merfolk magic forever, Gandalf. We needed to secure our own source of power. And now that power has awakened something ancient and terrible," the wizard replied. "Something that has driven the merfolk into hiding and threatens both our realms." He turned to Caspian. "We must depart at dawn. Bring your fastest vessel and your bravest crew." The wave cutter sliced through the emerald waters with supernatural speed, its enchanted hull reinforced with inlaid abyssal crystal that glowed with an eerie blue light. Gandalf stood at the bow, his robes and beard whipping in the wind as Caspian guided the vessel through treacherous channels between jagged islands that rose like the teeth of sea monsters from the depths. "The crew fears this journey," Caspian said, joining the wizard at the bow after instructing his first mate to maintain their course. "The Forgotten Archipelago has been forbidden water for generations." "With good reason," Gandalf replied. "These islands were once a single landmass, the sacred meeting ground between the surface world and the kingdom of the merfolk. When the Great Sundering occurred, it shattered into these fragments, and what lies beneath was meant to remain buried forever." Caspian's sea-colored eyes studied the wizard carefully. "You speak as though you witnessed it." "I did more than witness it, young prince." Gandalf's eyes reflected centuries of memory. "I helped contain the aftermath." The ship sailed in silence for a moment before Caspian spoke again, his voice lower. "The ability I have to breathe beneath the waves, it's not common knowledge. My mother believes it a blessing from the merfolk given to the royal line." He paused. "But that's not the truth, is it?" Gandalf's ancient eyes met the young prince's. "You've suspected for some time." "I have dreams," Caspian admitted, "of crystal palaces beneath the waves, of a woman with hair like living seaweed and eyes that hold the depths of the ocean. She sings to me in a language I shouldn't understand, but do." The wizard nodded slowly. "Queen Nerissa is indeed your mother, but your father—" He looked out toward the horizon where dark clouds were gathering with unnatural speed. "That is a more complicated tale, and one we may not have time for." A sudden cry from the crow's nest interrupted them. "Whirlpool ahead!" "Massive whirlpool!" Caspian rushed to the helm, but even his exceptional seafaring skills seemed inadequate as they approached a vast, spiraling vortex that had appeared where calm waters should have been. The wave cutter groaned as currents pulled at its hull, the enchanted wood straining against forces it was never designed to withstand. "We cannot sail around it," Caspian shouted above the roaring waters. "The currents are too strong." Gandalf planted his staff firmly on the deck, and for a moment the silver head of the staff blazed with blinding light. The whirlpool's pull lessened momentarily, but then returned with even greater force. "The old magics are being countered," Gandalf called, his voice carrying despite the chaos. "There is but one way forward now." He fixed Caspian with a meaningful look. "But together, Understanding dawned in the prince's eyes. Without hesitation, he removed his ornate jacket and boots. "Secure the ship as best you can," he ordered his bewildered crew, "and await our return." Before anyone could protest, Caspian vaulted over the railing and dove into the churning waters. Gandalf, with surprising agility for one who appeared so aged, followed suit, his staff clutched firmly in one hand as he plunged into the maelstrom. Beneath the surface, the roaring chaos of the whirlpool transformed into an eerie, pressurized silence. Caspian's transformation was subtle but immediate. His fingers fully webbed now, gills appearing along his neck, his eyes adapting to see clearly in the darkening depths. He turned to find Gandalf surrounded by a bubble of air, the wizard's staff glowing with steady silver light. "This way," Caspian mouthed, somehow knowing Gandalf would understand even without words. They descended along the outer edge of the vortex, which formed a perfect spiral leading down to the seafloor. As they swam deeper, they passed the ruins of what had once been magnificent structures, pillars carved with symbols of both human and merfolk origin, archways that had once connected grand underwater boulevards, and at the very center of it all, a massive temple half buried in the silt of centuries. And there, embedded in the seafloor beyond the temple, they saw the source of the disturbance, a massive crystalline formation, pulsing with hungry blue-black light, growing larger as they watched. Mining equipment lay abandoned around its perimeter, evidence of the excavation that had breached whatever seal had contained this growth for millennia. Movement flickered in Caspian's peripheral vision. Turning, he saw hundreds of merfolk hiding among the distant ruins, their luminescent eyes watching fearfully. They made no move to approach, their expressions a mixture of terror and accusation. Gandalf gestured toward the temple, and Caspian nodded in understanding. Together they swam toward the ancient structure, its entrance partially blocked by fallen columns. As they approached, the water around them began to vibrate with a low, bone-penetrating hum that seemed to emanate from the crystal formation itself. Inside the temple, illuminated by Gandalf's staff, they found a vast chamber with a central altar. Carved into the walls was a mural depicting a terrible battle between combined forces of humans and merfolk against a colossal creature, part serpent, part crustacean, with countless tentacles and a maw that could swallow ships whole. The abyssal Leviathan, Gandalf's voice somehow reached Caspian's mind, an ancient entity that fed on magic itself. We imprisoned it beneath the seafloor, using the very crystals it coveted as its cage. Your people's mining has weakened that cage. As if summoned by the thought, the temple began to shake. Outside, the crystal formation shattered with an underwater explosion that sent shockwaves through the water. And from the broken prison rose a monstrosity just as terrible as the mural depicted. Perhaps more so, for no art could capture the eldritch horror of its writhing form or the malevolent intelligence gleaming in its multifaceted eyes. The Leviathan's tentacles stretched toward the distant surface, where Caspian knew the wave cutter and its crew waited. Other appendages reached toward the hiding merfolk, who scattered in terror. Gandalf's bubble expanded to include Caspian, allowing the prince to hear the wizard's actual voice. "There is only one way to subdue it," Gandalf said gravely. "The Song of the Depths, a melody created jointly by the most powerful merfolk singers and human mages at the time of the Great Sundering." "Can you perform this song?" Caspian asked desperately as the creature continued to grow, feeding on the released energy of its shattered prison. "Not alone," Gandalf replied. "The song requires both the magic of a wizard and the natural gift of merfolk song." His eyes met Caspian's with significance. "It requires someone of both worlds," understanding dawned on Caspian. "I'm not just blessed by the merfolk, am I? I'm half merfolk, yes. Your mother is Queen Nerissa. Your father, Gandalf hesitated before continuing. I fell in love with the Merkeen Lysianassa during the years I spent reinforcing the Covenant. You are our son, hidden in the human world for your protection, as the prophecy foretold a child of both worlds would either save or destroy the barrier between realms. Shock rendered Caspian momentarily speechless, but the continuing destruction around them demanded action over contemplation. Teach me the song, he said finally. Quickly, Gandalf placed his weathered hand on Caspian's forehead, and in an instant, an ancient melody flowed into the young prince's mind, complex, beautiful, and somehow familiar, as though he had heard it in dreams his entire life. I must warn you, Gandalf said, his voice heavy with sorrow. The power required for one so young to perform this magic may be too great, and for one as old as I. He left the implication hanging between them. Caspian straightened his shoulders, the royal dignity of two realms evident in his bearing. Then we face our destiny together, Father. Side by side, wizard and prince began to sing. Gandalf's voice rumbled with the deep magic of earth and sky, while Caspian's clear tones carried the fluid enchantment of wave and tide. Their voices twined together, creating harmonies that had not been heard in the depths for centuries. The water around them began to glow, first silver, then blue, then with all the colors of both sunset and the deep sea combined. The light spread outward in concentric rings, encompassing the thrashing Leviathan, whose movements began to slow as the song continued. Caspian felt strength draining from his body with each note, but he persevered, drawing on reserves he never knew he possessed. Beside him, Gandalf's form seemed to flicker between solid and translucent, the ancient wizard pouring his very essence into the spell. As the final notes of the Song of the Depths resonated through the water, the Leviathan's form began to change. Its writhing mass compressed, solidified, and finally transformed into a massive crystal structure. Beautiful and harmless, a perfect prison once more. The song complete, Caspian turned to Gandalf, only to find the wizard's physical form fading, becoming one with the lingering magic that now sealed the creature. Father, he cried, reaching out. Gandalf smiled, his form increasingly transparent. My time was coming to an end regardless. My son, this way, my power continues to serve a purpose. His fading hand touched Caspian's cheek. You carry both worlds within you. Guide them toward the harmony we once knew. As the last visible trace of Gandalf merged with the magical seal, the merfolk emerged from hiding, led by a regal figure that Caspian somehow knew was Lysianassa, the Mer-Queen, his other parent. In that moment, beneath the waves of the forgotten archipelago, Caspian understood his destiny. With the blood of royalty from both realms and the legacy of Gandalf flowing through his veins, he would rebuild the covenant between land and sea, ensuring that the Song of the Depths would never again be forgotten. And somewhere in the currents that flowed around him, in the very magic that sustained the underwater realms, the essence of Gandalf remained, guardian, father, and legend, watching over the kingdoms he had sacrificed everything to protect. Story 4. The 5 crystal towers of Azurith pierce the sky like luminous fingers of some buried giant, their once brilliant glow now diminished to a flickering whisper against the twilight. For millennia, they had stood as sentinels, their light a beacon of safety and prosperity for the kingdom that flourished in their radiance. But on this night, as mist curled around their bases and stars emerged in the darkening firmament, the northernmost tower dimmed, stuttered, and for 3 heartbeats went completely dark. In his ancient observatory at the edge of the Whispering Wood, Gandalf the Gray felt the disturbance like a knife between his ribs. His weathered hands trembled as he steadied himself against the worn oak table, scattering star charts and ancient scrolls. The connection between himself and the towers, forged when the world was younger and his power at its zenith, had grown tenuous with the passing centuries. But he still felt every fluctuation in their magic as keenly as changes in his own heartbeat. "So it begins," he murmured, his voice like autumn leaves rustling across stone. "And earlier than I feared, later than I hoped." The wizard moved to the eastern window, his silver-embroidered robes catching the final rays of sunset. From this vantage, all 5 towers were visible. The Spire of Dawn to the east, the Pillar of Meridian at the center of Azurith's capital, the twin sentinels guarding the western passes, and the northern frost needle that had momentarily failed. Each crystal structure contained the essence of a founding member of the Council of Immortal Mages, their power sustaining the magical barriers that had kept darkness at bay for uncounted generations. All except Gandalf's tower. His crystal remained unformed, his sacrifice postponed by circumstance, and the gradual disappearance of his companions over the long centuries. Now he alone remained, the last of the council, keeper of secrets that would die with him unless he found a worthy successor. The fading of the towers could mean only one thing: the seals were weakening, and what had been imprisoned would soon be free. As midnight approached, Gandalf descended the hidden staircase beneath his observatory, passing glowing runes and enchanted wardstones that recognized his presence. The air grew colder, the silence deeper, until he reached the Chamber of Visions, a perfectly circular room whose walls were lined with obsidian mirrors that reflected nothing of the physical world. In the center stood a simple, alabaster pedestal holding a shallow bronze bowl filled with ashes that never diminished nor scattered, no matter how fiercely the winds of prophecy blew through the chamber. The Oracle of Ashes, oldest of Azurith's mysteries, predating even the council itself, Gandalf approached with reverence, drawing his staff with its crystalline head that captured and focused his waning powers. 3 drops of his blood fell into the ashes, hissing as they made contact. The air shimmered, and the ashes began to rise, swirling into shapes that only those trained in the ancient arts could interpret. What Gandalf saw chilled him more deeply than any winter storm. An army marched from the Forbidden Valley beyond the Crystal Range, not creatures of flesh and blood, but specters with hollow eyes and translucent forms that flowed like mist across the landscape. At their head strode a figure whose outline seemed disturbingly familiar, bearing a staff that mirrored Gandalf's own. The vision shifted, showing the 5 towers crumbling to dust, their light extinguished. Darkness swept across Azurith like a tide, and from that darkness rose a 6th tower, black as midnight and hungry as the void. With a gesture of his staff, Gandalf dispelled the vision. The ashes settled back into their bowl, innocent and inert once more, but the wizard's mind raced with implications and possibilities, most of them dire. There was only one hope: the grimoire of Solaris, the spellbook that had been used to create the towers in the first place. Lost for centuries, its location had been scrubbed from memory and record by the Council's own decree. Too dangerous to destroy, too powerful to use, it had been hidden away when its creator, Solaris the Brilliant, had fallen to corruption. Gandalf had never sought it before, respecting the wisdom of his fellow council members. But now, with the kingdom's fate hanging by an increasingly frayed thread, he had no choice. Dawn found the wizard already miles from his observatory, his staff doubling as a walking stick as he followed the ancient road toward Shadowfen, a lawless border town where secrets were currency and loyalty a luxury few could afford. His grey robes and pointed hat, often objects of reverence in Azurith proper, would draw unwanted attention here, so he had donned the simple garb of a traveling scholar, his staff disguised as a gnarled walking stick, his long beard tucked into a leather belt. The grimoire would not be in Shadowfen, of course, but information about its whereabouts might be. whispered in the right ears for the right price. The Broken Wand Tavern squatted like a malevolent toad at the town's center, its windows cloudy with decades of smoke and grime. Inside, the air hung thick with the scent of spilled ale, unwashed bodies, and desperation. Gandalf made his way to the bar, ordering a tankard of the house specialty, a concoction that tasted suspiciously like fermented swamp water. "Haven't seen you before, old man," the barkeep grunted, sliding the drink across the scarred wooden counter, passing through or looking for something. "Information," Gandalf replied quietly, "about forgotten things." The barkeep's eyes narrowed. "Plenty who'd sell you stories, few who'd sell you truth." He jerked his head toward a shadowy corner. "Try the lad with the quick fingers. He deals in stranger currency than most." The lad turned out to be a young man of perhaps 20 summers, though his eyes spoke of experiences beyond his years. Slender fingers toyed with a silver coin, making it dance across his knuckles with hypnotic grace. Dark hair fell across a face too pretty for the surroundings, marred only by a thin scar that traced his jawline like a silver thread. "They call me Raven," he said without preamble as Gandalf approached. "And you're no scholar, despite the attire." Gandalf raised an eyebrow. "What makes you so certain?" "Scholars stoop from bending over books. Warriors square their shoulders from bearing arms. You..." Raven's eyes flicked over him assessingly. "You stand like one who has carried the weight of the sky." A smile tugged at Gandalf's lips. "I'm poetic, but not inaccurate." He settled onto the bench across from the young man. "I seek knowledge of the grimoire of Solaris." If he expected shock or awe, he was disappointed. Raven merely continued manipulating the coin, his expression unchanged. "Most seek gold or love or power. You seek a book that most believe never existed." The coin vanished with a flick of his wrist. "Why?" "The towers are failing," Gandalf said simply. Now Raven's composure cracked, surprise flashing across his features before he controlled it. "You can sense that. I helped build them." The coin reappeared, now spinning on the table of its own accord, glowing with a faint blue light that matched the aura Gandalf could now sense surrounding the young thief, an aura disturbingly familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. "The grimoire was last seen in the Endless Library," Raven said, his voice lowered. "A place that exists in the spaces between places, accessible only through specific gateways at specific times. All of which are supposedly destroyed or sealed," Gandalf countered. Raven smiled, revealing a slightly pointed canine. "All but one. Deep in the fathomless marshes lies the Temple of Forgotten Lore. Its gateway opens only during the dark of the moon, when the marsh lights gather at its entrance." He leaned forward. "I can guide you there. For a price." "What price would a thief demand from a penniless old man?" "Not gold." Raven's eyes gleamed. "Answers about the specters that have begun appearing at the edges of the kingdom, about why they seem to be searching for something or someone. About why they retreat when the towers shine brightly and advance when they dim." Gandalf studied the young man carefully, noting the barely concealed urgency behind his words. "You've seen them." "I've done more than see them," Raven replied, pulling back his sleeve to reveal a forearm marked with a spiraling pattern of silvery scars. "One touched me, and since then I've had dreams. Dreams of a time before the towers, of a council chamber high above the world, of betrayal and imprisonment." The wizard's breath caught. It shouldn't be possible. The binding spells had been crafted to ensure no memory, no connection could survive. "Unless we leave at daybreak," Gandalf decided. "Packlight, sleep lighter. Shadowfen has too many ears, and the marshes too many hungry mouths. The fathomless marshes deserved their name." What had appeared on maps as a modest wetland stretched before them in seemingly endless expanse, a labyrinth of brackish pools, twisted cypress trees, and floating islands of vegetation that shifted with the breeze. Phosphorescent fungi clung to rotting logs, providing ghostly illumination as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. "Stay on the path," Raven warned, moving with the confidence of one who had traversed this treacherous terrain before. "Under the marsh creates illusions to lure travelers into sinkholes and quicksand pools." As if to illustrate his point, a spectral figure materialized among the trees ahead. A beautiful woman with flowing hair who beckoned enticingly before dissolving into wisps of glowing vapor. "Willow, the wisps," Gandalf murmured. "Spirits of those who died, lost in the marshes, bound to the land by regret and unfinished business." "Like your specters?" Raven asked, glancing back. Gandalf didn't answer immediately, his mind turning over possibilities he had avoided considering for centuries. "Perhaps not so different," he admitted finally. They traveled in silence after that, each lost in private thoughts as they navigated the treacherous terrain. Nightfall brought new dangers. Reptilian eyes gleaming from murky waters, the distant howls of creatures that hunted under moonless skies, and an increasing number of ghostly apparitions that watched their progress with hungry attention. The Temple of Forgotten Lore emerged from the mist shortly before midnight, a circular structure of green-veined marble, its columns half submerged in the swamp, covered in vines and moss that had claimed it over centuries of abandonment. At its center, a domed roof remained largely intact, sheltering what appeared to be an ornate doorway that led nowhere, standing alone like the remnant of a much larger structure that had long since crumbled. "The gateway," Raven said, gesturing toward the doorway. "It will open when the marsh lights gather." As if summoned by his words, pinpricks of blue-green light began to emerge from the surrounding swamp. Dozens, then hundreds of tiny glowing orbs that drifted toward the temple with purpose. Gandalf felt ancient magic stirring, resonating with the power in his staff and the latent energy that surrounded Raven like an invisible cloak. The marsh lights swarmed around the empty doorframe, their glow intensifying until the entire structure shimmered with azure fire. Within the frame, darkness deepened, then shifted, revealing shelves stretching into impossible distance. The endless library, a repository of knowledge that existed outside conventional space and time. Gandalf stepped forward, only to find Raven's hand on his arm, restraining him with surprising strength. "Answers first," the young thief insisted. "Who are the specters?" The wizard sighed heavily, the weight of long-guarded secrets pressing down upon him. "They were my friends once. The Council of Immortal Mages, 5 of the greatest wielders of magic this world has ever known. Solaris the Brilliant, Lyra the Star-Shaper, Thorn the Earthbinder, Morian the Tempest, and Ilara the Life-Weaver. What happened to them?" "Treachery," Gandalf replied, his voice hollow with ancient grief. "Solaris discovered a source of power beyond anything we had encountered, the void between worlds. It promised immortality and unlimited magical potential, but at a terrible cost. It would consume our world to fuel its gifts." Gandalf's eyes grew distant with memory. Solaris became obsessed, convinced he could control the void, use it without paying its price. When the Council opposed him, he struck first, attempting to channel the void's power directly into our realm. We stopped him, but the conflict nearly destroyed Azurith. "So you imprisoned him," Raven concluded. "Not just him. All of them." Pain etched itself into every line of Gandalf's face. The battle had damaged them, twisted their essence. They were no longer fully corporeal nor fully spirit. They existed in a state between able to wield tremendous power but unable to control it. In our desperation, we created the towers, crystalline structures that would contain their essence. channel their power to protect the realm rather than destroy it. We, Raven's eyes narrowed, but you said the entire council was imprisoned. All except me, Gandalf admitted. I was away when Solaris made his attempt, returning only in time for the aftermath. The decision fell to me alone, save my friends or save the kingdom. I chose the kingdom. His voice dropped to a whisper. I've spent centuries telling myself it was the only choice, the right choice. And now they're breaking free, Gandalf nodded grimly. The towers are failing because my power alone is no longer sufficient to maintain them. Without the grimoire, without the original spells Solaris created, I cannot repair what is breaking down. Raven stepped back, conflict evident in his expression. Then what happens if you find the grimoire? You strengthen the towers, re-imprison your friends for another 1,000 years? I don't know, Gandalf admitted. The grimoire might offer alternatives I cannot see. A way to free them safely, perhaps. Or confirm that their imprisonment remains the only option. The doorway to the endless library pulsed, its light flickering as if impatient. Time was running short. You have your answers, Gandalf said. Now I must find mine. Raven's hand moved to a pendant hidden beneath his shirt, a fragment of crystal that glowed with the same light as the towers. One last question, Gandalf the Gray. Did you ever wonder why you were conveniently absent when Solaris made his move? Why you alone were spared the fate of crystalline imprisonment? Ice formed in Gandalf's veins as pieces of a millennia-old puzzle suddenly aligned. The familiar aura, the dreams, the crystal pendant, you're not just connected to them, he breathed. You're him, Solaris. Raven, or rather the essence of Solaris inhabiting the young man's form, smiled sadly. Not exactly. I am what remained outside the tower when you imprisoned the rest. A fragment, growing stronger as the towers weaken, seeking a suitable vessel to house my consciousness. The pendant glowed brighter. What the young thief was receptive to magic, his mind adaptive to sharing. I've been guiding him, guiding us, toward this moment for years. To what end? Gandalf demanded, staff raised defensively. To show you the truth. Solaris Raven gestured, and the doorway to the library shifted, now showing a different scene. The council chamber as it had been 1,000 years ago. 5 figures lying unconscious after the battle with the void. And there was Gandalf, not absent as he remembered, but present, standing over his fallen comrades with the grimoire open in his hands, channeling a spell that pulled their essence into 5 crystal vessels. You weren't the savior, Gandalf, Solaris said gently. You were the betrayer. The void tempted you as it tempted me. It promised you the knowledge of ages, the secrets of creation itself. But where I sought to control it, you made a bargain with it. Memory crashed through Gandalf's mental barriers. Truth he had locked away from himself for a millennium. The void's seductive whispers. The spell that would trap his friends, power and extend his own life indefinitely. The carefully constructed false history. No, he whispered, though he knew it to be true. His staff clattered to the ground as he fell to his knees. What have I done? What any of us might have, Solaris answered, his voice holding no accusation. You were corrupted by power, as was I. The difference is that I've had 1,000 years imprisoned in crystal to recognize my failings. You've had 1,000 years of denial to strengthen yours. The spectral army Gandalf had seen in the Oracle's vision now made terrible sense. Not invaders, but the fractured souls of his friends, finally breaking free of their crystal prisons, seeking the one who had betrayed them. The towers aren't failing because your power is insufficient, Solaris continued. They're failing because on some level, you've finally begun to remember the truth. Your guilt is weakening the spells you cast. Gandalf looked up, tears streaming into his silver beard. "Can it be undone? That's why we need the grimoire," Solaris replied, extending his hand. "Not to strengthen the towers, but to unmake them properly. To free our friends without destroying the kingdom in the process." After a moment's hesitation, Gandalf took the offered hand and rose to his feet. "Then we go together. To face judgment, to make amends if we can." Side by side, the betrayer and the betrayed stepped through the doorway into the endless library, seeking redemption in the pages of a book written by hands long crystallized. Behind them, the 5 towers of Azurith pulsed in unison, as if sensing that their long twilight might finally be approaching its end. And in the Forbidden Valley, 4 spectral figures paused in their march, feeling the shift in the magical currents that had bound them for so long. After a millennium of darkness, the faintest glimmer of dawn touched their translucent forms, not freedom yet, but the promise of it, carried on the wings of truth finally acknowledged. Story 5. The first tremor came at midnight, when the twin moons of Calidor aligned in perfect conjunction for the first time in a millennium. Deep within the Frostpeak Mountains, ancient runes carved into stone walls flickered with fading luminescence, their azure glow dimming like dying stars. A web of arcane symbols, spiraling outward from a central seal the size of a castle gate, pulsed erratically, their magic weakening with each passing moment. 1,000 leagues away, Gandalf the Gray bolted upright in his modest dwelling at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Pain seared through his right forearm, where an intricate mark, identical to the distant mountain seal, burned with sudden intensity. The old wizard clutched his arm, weathered face contorting as memories centuries old crashed through mental barriers he had constructed to contain them. "Eso," he whispered to the empty room, his voice like parchment rustling in autumn wind. "Arkanoth stirs once more." Rising with surprising agility for one who appeared so ancient, Gandalf approached a chest bound with bands of silver and whispered words in a language long forgotten by all but a handful of beings in the realm. The lock yielded with a soft click. Inside lay a gnarled wooden staff, broken at its center, the jagged edges blackened as though shattered by unimaginable force. Where once a luminous crystal had adorned its crown, now only empty prongs remained. Gandalf lifted the broken staff reverently, feeling its residual power hum in response to his touch. For a millennium it had remained here, a reminder of both triumph and sacrifice. Now it represented his only hope of preventing catastrophe. "The silver staff of moonshadow," he murmured. "The price of your creation was steep indeed." Outside, storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed, blotting out the twin moons and casting the landscape into premature darkness. Thunder rumbled across the valley, not the thunder of natural weather, but something deeper, more primal, something awakening. Dawn painted the eastern mountains with hues of amber and gold as Gandalf made his way through the village of Rivermeet, his grey robes and pointed hat drawing curious stares from early rising farmers and merchants. Children whispered and pointed, for visits from the wizard were rare and often heralded significant events. "Gandalf," called a voice, "what brings you down from your tower?" "Not bad tidings, I hope." The speaker was Uldric, the village elder, his lined face betraying concern beneath a veneer of joviality. Like most in Rivermeet, he knew the wizard primarily by reputation, a mysterious figure who had watched over the realm for longer than any human memory could account for. "I seek passage to the Frostpeak Mountains," Gandalf replied, his eyes scanning the horizon. "The matter is urgent." Uldric's expression sobered. "The Frost Peaks, none venture there willingly. The paths are treacherous, and the caverns beneath are said to be haunted by shadows that consume both flesh and spirit." "Not shadows," Gandalf corrected grimly. Echoes, reflections of what once was and what may be again. He gestured toward the distant peaks, where unnatural storm clouds now gathered. Preparations must be made. The seal weakens. Before Aldrich could inquire further, the ground beneath them trembled, subtle but unmistakable. In the village square, water sloshed over the edges of the central well. Birds took flight from nearby trees, their panicked calls cutting through the morning stillness. "What seal?" Aldrich asked, fear edging into his voice. "What have we to fear from the mountains?" Gandalf's gaze remained fixed on the distant peaks. "Not the mountains themselves," he said softly, "but what sleeps beneath them." The path to the Frost Peaks wound through ancient forests, where trees twisted into impossible shapes, their bark inscribed with symbols similar to those that marked Gandalf's arm. These woods had grown from soil, saturated with magical residue, the after-effects of a battle fought when the world was younger, and Gandalf's powers at their zenith. The wizard paused in a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a moss-covered stone altar. Here, 1,000 years ago, he had forged the silver staff of moonshadow under the light of the twin moons. Conjunction. Here, he had divided its power into 3 fragments to ensure that what he had imprisoned would remain so for eternity, or so he had believed. "I wondered if you would return," came a voice from the shadows at the clearing's edge. "When I felt the seal's vibration, I knew you would not be far behind." Gandalf turned, his hand tightening around his walking staff, a poor substitute for the weapon he had once wielded, but not entirely powerless. "Mortis," he acknowledged, neither warmth nor hostility in his tone. "You feel it too, then?" A figure emerged from between the ancient trees, tall and lean, clad in robes of deepest indigo embroidered with silver constellations. His face might once have been handsome, but now half of it was covered in an intricate network of scars that resembled the very seal they discussed. Dark eyes regarded Gandalf with a mixture of respect and wariness. "How could I not?" Mortis replied, gesturing to his scarred visage. "Your dragon marked me well when I foolishly sought to commune with it 30 years ago. I carry a piece of the seal in my very flesh." "He is not my dragon," Gandalf corrected sharply. "Arcanoth belongs to no one. That was his power and his downfall." Mortis approached the stone altar, running his fingers over the runes carved into its surface. "You never did tell me the full truth of what happened that day, what Arcanoth was." "Why you imprisoned rather than destroyed him?" "Some truths are better left buried with the ages," Gandalf replied, though doubt flickered across his features. "But now..." He looked down at the mark on his arm, which had begun to pulse in rhythm with distant thunder. "Now we have more pressing concerns. The fragments of the staff must be recovered if the seal is to be restored." "The staff that you yourself broke?" Mortis raised an eyebrow. "The same staff you claimed was too dangerous to ever be reforged. Circumstances change, the world turns. What once seemed wise may prove foolish in the fullness of time." Gandalf's eyes met those of his former apprentice. "Will you help me, Mortis? Despite our differences..." A bitter smile curved the scarred man's lips. "To prevent the awakening of a dragon whose mere breath could reduce the realm to cinders. I suppose old grudges can wait." The first fragment lay in the heart of the Whispering Woods, guarded by ancient trents whose gnarled limbs could crush stone and whose roots reached into the very bedrock of the world. These primeval sentinels had once been allies to Gandalf, but 1,000 years of solitude had made them suspicious of all who walked on 2 legs. "They will not remember me as friend," Gandalf explained as they approached the circle of massive trees that stood unnaturally still amid the wind-tossed forest. "Their memories are long, but selective. They recall only that I brought war to their domain. Then perhaps they will respond better to one who never claimed friendship in the first place, Mortis suggested, stepping forward with his palms raised in the ancient gesture of parley. The nearest Trent, a colossal oak whose trunk bore the scars of magical fire, creaked to life, its bark-covered face regarding Mortis with eyes like amber pools of sap. "Shadow Walker," the Trent rumbled, its voice like stones grinding together. "You who bear the dragon's mark, why do you disturb our slumber?" "Great Guardian," Mortis replied, maintaining the formal tones of the old tongue, "we seek that which was hidden here an age ago. A fragment of the silver staff, entrusted to your keeping when the seal was first crafted." Branches creaked ominously around them. "The wizard returns to claim his weapon," the Trent observed as its gaze shifted to Gandalf. "After abandoning these woods to darkness and memory," Gandalf stepped forward, his expression solemn. "I return not to claim, but to request. The seal weakens, Tree Father. Arkanoth stirs beneath the mountains. If the staff remains fractured, all we sought to protect may be lost." For long moments, only the sound of wind through ancient boughs filled the clearing. Then, with deliberate slowness, the massive Trent reached into a hollow at its center and withdrew an object wrapped in living vines, a fragment of silver wood that glowed with inner moonlight. "We have kept our vigil," the Treant said, extending the fragment toward Gandalf. "But we have not forgotten what was done, nor the true nature of what sleeps beneath the peaks." Gandalf hesitated before taking the fragment. "You speak as though you know secrets I do not, old friend." "Not secrets," the Trent corrected. "Truths. Truths you yourself spoke before ambition clouded your vision and fear guided your hand." Before Gandalf could respond, the ground shook violently. In the distance, toward the Frost Peak Mountains, a column of crimson light shot skyward, splitting the gathering storm clouds like a wound in the very fabric of the world. "The second seal fractures," Mortis warned. "We must hurry." The second fragment lay across treacherous terrain, the blighted marshes, where reality itself seemed to warp and shimmer like heat rising from sun-baked stone. Here, the laws of nature bent unpredictably. Gravity weakened or intensified without warning. Time flowed at inconsistent rates, and the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms thinned to translucence. "I hid this piece where none would think to look," Gandalf explained, as they navigated a path of solid ground that twisted through poisonous bogs. "And in the wreckage of Arkanoth's own lair, the place where our final battle shattered the very fabric of the world." Ahead, half submerged in murky waters, lay the skeletal remains of what could only be described as a castle. Yet its architecture defied human design. Towers spiraled at impossible angles, archways curved in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and staircases led to nowhere before doubling back on themselves in looping patterns. The dragon's folly," Mortis breathed, or temporarily overriding his cynicism. "I never truly believed it existed outside of legend. Few have seen it and maintained their sanity," Gandalf acknowledged grimly. "The magic that warped this place continues to affect all who enter. Stay close to me and touch nothing unless I instruct otherwise." They ventured into the ruins, where ghostly echoes of ancient roars periodically rippled through the air. Spectral flames of blue and violet occasionally flickered along crumbling walls, illuminating runes identical to those that marked both Gandalf's arm and Mortis's face. In what must have once been the central chamber, they found their prize and their peril. The second fragment of the staff floated suspended in a column of shimmering air at the chamber's center, surrounded by swirling mists that coalesced periodically into draconic forms before dissolving again. "Memories," Gandalf explained softly. "Echoes of Arkanoth's consciousness imprinted on this place during our battle." As if triggered by his words, the mists suddenly gathered with purpose, forming a translucent dragon's head of immense proportions. Its eyes, pools of ancient intelligence, fixed upon Gandalf with unmistakable recognition. "Oathbreaker," rumbled a voice that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath their feet. "You return to the scene of your greatest triumph and your greatest betrayal." Mortis glanced sharply at Gandalf. "What does it mean?" The wizard's face had gone pale beneath his beard. "Remnants, echoes, nothing more." But his voice lacked conviction. The spectral dragon laughed, a sound like mountains crumbling. "Still lying, even now. Tell him, Gandalf. Tell your apprentice how you came to me not as an adversary, but as a student. How you begged to learn the ancient magic I had safeguarded for millennia. How you promised fair exchange, your human innovation, for my draconic wisdom." "Be silent," Gandalf commanded, raising his staff. Magic flared, but the mists merely swirled around it, unaffected. "Tell him how you waited until I had shared my greatest secrets, then used that very knowledge to craft the weapon of my imprisonment. Tell him how the great hero Gandalf built his legend upon treachery." Mortis turned to his former master, disbelief and dawning comprehension warring in his expression. "And is this true?" Gandalf stood frozen, centuries of carefully constructed narrative crumbling around him. "I did what was necessary," he whispered finally. "Arcanoth possessed knowledge too dangerous for anyone being to control. Knowledge that could unmake the world as easily as shape it. Knowledge you now possess," Mortis observed quietly. The mists swirled triumphantly. "Take the fragment if you wish, Oathbreaker. Restore your precious seal. But know that with each passing century, your magic weakens, while my essence only grows stronger. This time, when I break free, and I will break free, there will be no convenient conjunction of moons to power your spells." With a gesture of his staff, Gandalf dispelled the mists and retrieved the floating fragment. It joined with the first piece with a sound like distant bells, the two halves fusing seamlessly. "We should move quickly," he said to Mortis, avoiding his apprentice's questioning gaze. "The final fragment lies in the Frostpeak caverns themselves, at the very threshold of the seal." The journey to the Frost Peaks was marked by increasing signs of magical disturbance. Wildlife fled in panicked exodus from the mountain range. Unnatural auroras rippled across the sky regardless of time of day. The mark on Gandalf's arm now burned continuously, forcing him to bind it with enchanted cloth to dull the pain. "You could have told me," Mortis said as they ascended the treacherous mountain path. "All those years you taught me about honor and integrity, about the responsibility that comes with power, while hiding this. Would you have understood?" Gandalf countered, his voice weary. "You, who even as my apprentice sought shortcuts to greater power. I saw in you the same hunger that I once felt, the desire to possess knowledge regardless of its cost. So you're not denying it. You betrayed Arcanoth to steal his knowledge." Gandalf paused, looking out over the realm spread below them, villages and forests and rivers, all blissfully unaware of the danger looming above. "I told myself I did it for them. That Arcanoth would eventually use his power to subjugate or destroy, that only I could be trusted with such knowledge." His lined face seemed to age further with admission. "Perhaps all tyrants begin with such justifications." The cavern entrance loomed before them, an archway carved with runes that glowed with fluctuating intensity. From deep within came sounds no human throat could produce, part roar, part song, all power. "He awakens," Mortis observed unnecessarily. "Not fully," Gandalf corrected. "Not yet. The final fragment lies just beyond the first chamber. With it, I can restore the staff and reinforce the seal before Arkanoth breaks free completely. They ventured into the mountain's heart, following tunnels that spiraled ever downward. The walls themselves seemed alive, pulsing with veins of crystal that illuminated their path with crimson light. Heat built steadily, forcing them to shield themselves with cooling spells as they progressed. The chamber of the seal stretched before them, a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness above. At its center, a circular platform rose from a lake of molten stone. Carved into the platform's surface was the original seal, an intricate pattern of runes and sigils that matched exactly the mark on Gandalf's arm and the scars on Mortis's face. Floating above the seal, suspended in a column of shimmering air, was the final fragment of the silver staff. There, Gandalf breathed. With that, the staff can be reforged. But as they approached the platform, the molten lake began to churn. From its depths emerged a massive form, not fully corporeal, but more substantial than the mist wraith they had encountered in the marshes. Arkanoth's partially manifested form towered above them, scales gleaming like rubies in the cavern's ruddy light, eyes burning with the wisdom and rage of millennia. "So," the dragon rumbled, its voice shaking loose stone from the distant ceiling. The student returns to silence the teacher once more. Gandalf stepped forward, the two fragments of the staff clutched in his wizened hand. "This cannot continue, Arkanoth. Your awakening threatens everything." "Does it?" The dragon's massive head tilted, regarding the wizard with something approaching pity. "Or does it merely threaten the foundation of your legend, Gandalf the Gray, the myth you have built over 1,000 years?" Mortis looked between the ancient beings, the wizard who had trained him, and the dragon his master had imprisoned. "What would happen," he asked carefully, "if Arkanoth were freed?" "Destruction," Gandalf answered immediately. "Chaos. The knowledge he possesses, the knowledge you stole," Arkanoth corrected, "could reshape the very fabric of this world." "And is that truly what you fear?" the dragon pressed. "Or do you fear being revealed as something less than the hero history remembers? Do you fear losing your place as the realm's greatest protector?" Gandalf faltered, the weight of centuries pressing down upon him. The staff fragments in his hand hummed with power, sensing the proximity of their final piece. One quick spell would bring the third fragment to him. One moment of work would reforge the weapon. One decisive action would reinforce the seal and send Arkanoth back into magical slumber. But the cost would be truth. The cost would be the perpetuation of a lie that had formed the cornerstone of his identity for a millennium. "What say you, Mortis?" Gandalf asked quietly. "You who have walked in both light and shadow. You who have seen both sides of power's temptation. What would you have me do?" Mortis touched the scars on his face, the mark that connected him to both wizard and dragon. "I would have you choose wisdom over pride," he said simply. "Whatever that choice may be." Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of magic throughout the cavern, the seal's weakening constraint, Arkanoth's building power, the staff fragments' eager resonance. When he opened them again, decision had hardened his gaze. With deliberate movements, he placed the staff fragments on the edge of the seal and stepped back. "No more," he said quietly. "Master," Mortis questioned, uncertain. "No more lies. No more imprisonment built on betrayal." Gandalf looked up at the partially manifested dragon. "I was wrong, Arkanoth. Wrong to take what was freely offered and use it against you. Wrong to justify betrayal as necessity." The dragon's form solidified further, its massive wings now visible as more than mere suggestion. "After 1,000 years, you choose now to develop a conscience." "Not a development," Gandalf corrected. "A remembrance of who I was before ambition clouded my judgment, before I convinced myself that ends justify means." With a gesture of his hand, Gandalf sent a pulse of magic into the seal. But instead of strengthening it, the magic began to unravel the ancient bindings, guided by the wizard's intimate knowledge of their construction. "What are you doing?" Mortis gasped. "Correcting an ancient wrong," Gandalf replied. "And then trusting that a being who safeguarded knowledge for millennia before I was born might be a better custodian than one who would steal and imprison to maintain his reputation." The seal flared brilliantly, then began to dissolve. The staff fragments rose into the air, joined by the third piece that floated down from its suspension. In a flash of silver light, the staff of moonshadow reforged itself, not as a weapon of imprisonment, but as a bridge between realms. Arkanoth's form fully materialized, his massive bulk filling the cavern with scaled magnificence. Wings the color of sunset stretched to their full span. Eyes like wells of molten gold regarded the wizard who had been both student and jailer. "You surprise me, Gandalf," the dragon rumbled. "Or perhaps there is wisdom in you yet." "Not wisdom," Gandalf corrected, offering the newly forged staff to the dragon with outstretched hands. "Merely the recognition of its absence. The knowledge you shared, knowledge I corrupted for my own ends, I return to you, along with the freedom that was wrongfully taken." Arkanoth regarded the staff for a long moment, then gently exhaled a breath of flame that engulfed the artifact. When the fire cleared, the staff had transformed into a crystalline key that hovered between them. "Knowledge, once given, cannot be returned," the dragon said, "but it can be properly honored." With delicate precision belying his enormous size, Arkanoth took the key in a massive talon. "This shall open the way to the repository, the library of draconic wisdom I protected before our disagreement. There, you may study as you originally intended, but under the proper guidance and with the proper perspective." Mortis stepped forward, wonder replacing caution in his expression. "And what of the realm? Will you seek vengeance for your imprisonment?" The dragon's laugh rumbled through the mountain. "Vengeance is a human preoccupation. Dragons measure time in ages, not years. A millennium of slumber is but a moment of inconvenience." His gaze returned to Gandalf. "Though your reputation may suffer when the truth becomes known." "Let it," Gandalf said simply. "Better to be remembered honestly than revered falsely." As they emerged from the mountain, the unnatural storms had cleared. The twin moons shone down upon a landscape unchanged in appearance, yet fundamentally transformed by the events beneath the surface. Arkanoth soared overhead, his massive form casting a shadow across the valley before he banked toward distant peaks where the repository awaited. Gandalf watched him go, the mark on his arm now transformed from a burning brand of imprisonment to a symbol of connection. The weight of 1,000 years of deception had lifted from his shoulders, replaced by the lighter but no less significant burden of redemption yet to be earned. "But what now?" Mortis asked, standing beside his former master as the first light of dawn touched the eastern horizon. "Now," Gandalf replied, "we begin again, with truth as our foundation rather than legend." He turned to face the coming day, his eyes reflecting the promise of a different kind of magic, one built on wisdom rather than power, on collaboration rather than control. "And that," he added with the first genuine smile to cross his features in centuries, "will make all the difference." Story 6. The crystal spires of Avaloria gleamed in the dying light as the last rays of the twin suns cast long shadows across the ancient kingdom. Within the alabaster walls of the Citadel of Eternity, King Thorn's labored breathing echoed through chambers adorned with tapestries chronicling 1,000 years of history. Above his ornate deathbed hovered the crown of 1,000 souls, a masterpiece of twisted mithril and enchanted gems that pulsed with an inner light, each flicker representing the consciousness of a monarch long past. As the king drew his final breath, a tremor shook the citadel to its foundations. The crown, which had passed from ruler to ruler since time immemorial, shimmered and vanished in a flash of blinding light, leaving only whispers and shadows in its wake. The royal bloodline had ended, and with it, the anchor that held back an ancient darkness. Far across the misted mountains, in a tower of black stone overlooking the endless sea, Gandalf the Gray stood rigid, his weathered hands gripping the balcony's edge. Though hundreds of leagues separated him from Avaloria, the disturbance in the fabric of magic was unmistakable. A wound in the world that he had long dreaded would reopen. The wizard's eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, narrowed beneath bushy brows as he reached for his staff. "So, it begins again," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. The wizard had not set foot in Avaloria for 7 centuries, not since he had helped forge the crown that now vanished, a crown that served purposes far beyond mere symbolism of royal authority. As Gandalf journeyed across the blighted steppes, the land itself seemed to recognize his presence. Ancient trees bent their boughs in deference, and creatures of shadow retreated from his path. His mind wandered to memories of another age, before the Sundering, before the Fragmented Realms, when he had worked alongside the first king to bind the Nameless One within the crown's intricate enchantments. 7 days later, Gandalf stood in the shadow of Avaloria's walls, his grey robes and pointed hat marking him as a stranger in a realm that had forgotten the age of wizards. The once magnificent city had fallen into disarray in mere days. The Council of Arcanists had seized power, their banner of a crimson eye flying where the royal standard once proudly waved. "The crown must be found," proclaimed criers in the streets. "By order of Lord Malachi, any who harbour knowledge of the royal artifact shall be rewarded handsomely." Gandalf pulled his hat lower, a frown deepening the lines of his ancient face. Malachi, once his promising apprentice, now corrupted by ambition and the whispers of power no mortal should wield. In the twisted alleys of the lower ward, the wizard's senses led him to a decrepit orphanage where the residual magic of the crown pulsed like a heartbeat. Within its crumbling walls, he found her, a girl of perhaps 16 summers, with eyes that reflected starlight and hair the color of midnight. She sat huddled in a corner, hands pressed against her ears, as if to silence voices only she could hear. "They won't stop whispering," she said without looking up as Gandalf approached. "The kings and queens of old, they speak of you, grey wanderer. They speak of doom." Gandalf knelt before her, his staff casting a soft light that illuminated the small chamber. "What is your name, child?" "Elysia," she replied, finally meeting his gaze. "Adieu, though the voices call me by another name, a name of stars and ancient blood." Before Gandalf could respond, the building trembled. Outside, the metallic clank of the arcane guard's armor announced their approach. "We have little time," Gandalf said, offering his hand. "The crown has chosen you, Elysia, though you may not understand why. Will you trust me?" The escape from Avaloria became legend almost overnight. How the forgotten wizard and the orphan girl evaded the council's forces, riding upon an eagle of impossible size that answered to Gandalf's call. As they soared over the crystal falls toward the Elderwood, Elysia's fear gave way to wonder. "The crown," Gandalf explained as they made camp beneath the ancient boughs, "is not merely a symbol of authority. It is a prison, forged in an age when the boundaries between worlds were thinner." "A prison for what?" Elysia asked, watching as Gandalf kindled fire with a mere thought. "For that which should never have been," the wizard replied, his eyes reflecting memories of battles fought before the shaping of mountains. The Nameless One, a being of void and hunger that sought to unmake creation. 3,000 years ago, I helped the first king of Avaloria bind this entity within the crown, using the willing souls of dying monarchs as wardens to strengthen the enchantment through generations. Elysia's fingers traced patterns in the dirt. And now the bloodline has ended with Thorn, and the crown seeks its next keeper. Gandalf's voice grew heavy. It seeks you, Elysia, because the blood of the first king flows in your veins, though diluted by centuries. You are the last descendant, hidden away by those who feared the prophecy. Their journey through the fragmented realms became a gathering of allies long forgotten. In the caverns of luminescence, the dwarven king Thorin Ironheart pledged his axe upon recognizing Gandalf's staff, a debt from an age when the wizards saved their kingdom from dragons. Among the Silver Glades, the elven sentinel Aranea joined their quest, her immortal eyes recognizing the girl's lineage where others saw only a common orphan. As their company grew, so did the forces pursuing them. Lord Malachi had declared himself regent of Avaloria, and rumors spread of dark rituals conducted in the depths of the citadel, sacrifices to powers beyond mortal comprehension. He seeks to control that which cannot be controlled, Gandalf told his companions as they traversed the Mistral Pass. I recognized his ambition too late. The whispers of the Nameless One can penetrate even the strongest mind, offering knowledge and power beyond imagining. Under Gandalf's tutelage, Elysia's latent abilities blossomed. The royal blood in her veins awakened to his teachings, allowing her to perceive the threads of magic that bound reality together. Each night, the whispers of the crown grew clearer, guiding them toward its hiding place in the ruins of Eventide, the original capital of the kingdom, abandoned after the cataclysm. As they approached the ancient city, overgrown with luminescent vines and stalked by creatures of twisted magic, Gandalf revealed the final truth. The crown did not vanish by chance, he confessed, as they stood before crumbling arches etched with symbols of power. I enchanted it centuries ago with a final contingency. Should the bloodline fail, it would return here to the place of its forging, awaiting one worthy to bear its burden. Why did you not tell me? Elysia asked, her voice steady despite the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders. Because I feared you would run from your heritage, Gandalf replied, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. And because I feared my own failure. It was my hubris that led to this moment, believing we could contain such darkness forever rather than finding a way to banish it entirely. Within the ruined throne room, the crown of 1,000 souls hovered above a pedestal of pure crystal, its gems swirling with the faces of those who had borne it. As Elysia approached, the whispers rose to a crescendo, a chorus of rulers offering guidance, warning, and strength. Their moment of discovery was shattered by the arrival of Lord Malachi, his eyes now pools of midnight, flanked by followers whose humanity had been sacrificed for power. "Master," he greeted Gandalf with a mocking bow. "How predictable you remain, even after centuries." Always believing in prophecies and bloodlines, when true power recognizes no such limitations. The battle that ensued would be sung of for generations, how Gandalf stood against his fallen apprentice, staff blazing with light that pushed back the encroaching shadows, how the dwarves and elves fought side by side once more, as they had in the First Age, and how Elysia, guided by the whispers of her ancestors, reached for the crown as magic and mayhem swirled around her. The moment her fingers touched the ancient metal, a transformation began. The crown melted like quicksilver, flowing over her hands and arms in patterns of light and shadow. The voices of 1,000 souls spoke as one, revealing the truth that had been hidden from the beginning, that the crown was never meant as a permanent prison, but as a vessel to prepare for the final confrontation. As Malachi breached Gandalf's defenses, striking the wizard to his knees, Elysia stepped forward. The essence of the crown had become armor of living light, and in her hand materialized a sword of pure starfire. "And enough," she commanded, her voice layered with the authority of every ruler who had come before. "The time of hiding is past." What followed was not a battle, but a cleansing. The light that emanated from Elysia washed over Malachi and his followers, burning away corruption and leaving only truth. Some fell to ash, too far gone to be saved. Others, including Malachi himself, collapsed as the influence of the Nameless One was seared from their minds. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over the ruins, Gandalf looked upon Elysia with new eyes, no longer seeing the orphan girl, but the queen she had become. "What now?" she asked, the armor of light fading to leave only a simple circlet upon her brow. "Now," Gandalf replied, leaning on his staff, "we prepare for the true battle. The Nameless One has been weakened, but not destroyed. It will return, and when it does, Avaloria must stand ready." As they departed the ruins, the wizard and the queen, followed by their loyal companions, a sense of renewal spread across the land. Trees stood taller, colors burned brighter, and the magic that had waned for centuries flowed once more through the veins of the world. Gandalf knew that his time of hiding had also come to an end. The age of wizards would dawn again, as it must when darkness gathered. But for the first time in millennia, he allowed himself to feel something long forgotten, hope. And in the heart of Elysia, Queen of Avaloria, the whispers of 1,000 souls continued their guidance, preparing her for the reign that would be remembered as the beginning of the world's rebirth.